Alright. Let's get this next section going on the road. March 14, 11:33 p.m. Diatrum Neutralis, lobby. Agent Lang. Lang says, little cubs never do, they never. Lang says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Bubbly's ink. They were all of Zheng Fa denominations. Yes, so I've heard from Miss Von Karma. But we do not know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out it was all burnt yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zheng Fa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zheng Fa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Cactus, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
Heh, you're beating too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well.
Agent Lang, a moment!
You will bid, the secretary lady. Hold it! Objection, pal!
Detective Gumshoe, have you altered the results of the handwriting analysis already?
Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir.
Just as I thought. Good work, Detective.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for?
Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something, if you don't mind.
Yes?
How exactly did you fail to see the yacht Garasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something else she didn't see? Agent Lan hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I'll need to explain a few things to him first.
Mouse Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours.
The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth.
Oh? It sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well. I'll supervise you until the end.
Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day?
You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you?
I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see.
Ha! I should have known that you and I are destined to fight out to the very end.
It would appear that way.
Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who was that cage saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony?
You mean the suspicious person in the coat that she saw?
That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
Pretended? And what do you mean by that?
I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what Kay's mystery person did. Kay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did.
Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the bubbly side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did that, that person ran off. I thought it was a rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase.
For the sake of the argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor.
Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babbly's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kojin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared.
When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang?
What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person stepped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness.
Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door.
Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty?
Huh. That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run into this person.
Take that!
This is who the suspicious person would have ran into. What?
What? But isn't that Gumshoe? Are you sure you're not losing it?
I haven't lost anything and certainly not my mind. Maybe not, but
you definitely have the wrong person. Or maybe you're just terrible with not only logic, but with names as well. No!
Oh, man. Oh, I'm supposed to point at Sheena.
Take that!
There we go. Hey, JD.
Your answer is Sheena?
Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kojin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question?
No, I didn't see anyone.
You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the...
It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway.
I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at the time?
Me, sir? When I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kojin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir.
So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route.
Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed it with just an explanation of what happened.
Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken.
I get it. So that's what you're trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was on a valuable escape route, then there must have been another way out.
Precisely.
Hey, Mr. Edgewood, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right?
No, not quite yet.
Huh? But why? I thought this would be a perfect time.
The revolving wall on the Bobbly side is known to only 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end.
What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics?
Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come on. Come, let's continue where we left off.
That smug-hearty attitude of yours. You really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape?
I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I know that to be impossible.
Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly.
Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route.
I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself.
The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after.
You can say whatever you like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence.
Okay. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same one as in this photo.
The proof that Kay saw is not the same one as the one in this photo. Okay.
Yeah, it's the revolving fireplace, is it? Yeah.
Take that!
Shit, no, I'm not supposed to produce that. Ah, fuck! I have to present something else. Ah, no, I'm not supposed to present it yet. Shit. God damn it. Yeah, fuck. Damn it. I can't skip this is annoying. Bad told me about when this photo was taken. Oh no, this was the photo was taken during the second fire. No, after the first fire. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So, alright. Yeah. I present to you proof that the person K is always on person. Okay. I think it's this one? Yeah. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the second fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the first fire.
Yeah, way to go. That's twice you bit him in the butt now.
We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you?
Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet.
Ha! As I thought.
However, the Yatagarasu's escape route? Now that I can answer.
You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me.
Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you have much knowledge about the Bobbly side of the case. So wouldn't it be best to, if the lead on that side, Agent Shinai, explained it in my stead?
Ugh, Shina's my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss?
Long, it's alright. I can take care of him.
Shina.
You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth.
Alright. If you're okay with it, then you have my support.
Finally, it's down to just Agent Shiina and myself. This is where the battle really begins.
Now then, what is it you'd like to ask?
Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babalese embassy?
Sheena's movements.
During the first Babalese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I said I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kojin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting retracting my testimony. Good.
Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation?
No, I moved alone.
In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct?
Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room all by herself? How pathetic.
And it wasn't when Ancient Shiina tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Loudy because he was the weapon's owner?
Ugh.
Now that is unexpected for that useless son to get into such a situation. Also, I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation.
Then you should apologize. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal.
I'm sorry. Shiina, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second.
And the same goes for me. I believe in Shiina.
Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust.
This promises to be interesting.
Hold it!
So you helped with the fire extinguishing effort?
I was in charge of the police on the Babalese side, so I helped them with their work.
Police doing the job of firemen. You really know how to work people.
She sure does. That's because she's one awesome woman who knows how to manage. I guess so. She's always bringing you in a business card or a scroll just at the right time. To prepare everything before I'm ordered to? That is the definition of a secretary.
She kinda seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she?
At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective.
Oh! I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that.
Shiina is more than just a capable secretary, you know? Shiina, tell him what other things you're good at. Alright.
Hold it!
By the second fire, do you mean the one that consumed the third floor to Babal, correct?
Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babal. Then you were after the same person in the long coat I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu, but no one was able to get a good look at the person's face.
By the way, how was your team's investigation?
In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows, so the majority of the investigators conducted their searches on the other floors.
Maybe they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor.
When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor.
And you did that alone?
Yes.
Hold it!
So you were in the room next to Mr. Kojin's office?
I already told you I was earlier, as I was examining the neighboring room. I heard the girl's shrill scream, and let me double check my evidence first before I start planning to present anything.
Upon hearing her, I immediately ran towards Mr. Kochin's office. Wherein you proceeded to arrest her, as I recall. Yes, I did.
But she was totally innocent, pal. I thought we had already cleared that up.
And I thought I had already apologized for my behavior. Now if the tenacious detective would be so kind as to be quiet. Ugh! I have to agree, right now is not the time to take issue with that.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth.
But what I do take issue is the fact that you didn't see the Yatagarasu, Agent Shina. The prosecutors of this country are also strange.
Hold it!
You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room, is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for the inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. We wouldn't want you to be accused of lying later on, wouldn't we?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Shina's testimony a lie?
Agent Lang, I'm talking with Shina right now. So I'd appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments.
Aw, you know, I feel kinda bad for him.
I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eyes from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing on your doubts with that girl, rather than me. And why is that?
Hold it!
Are you throwing Kei's words into doubt again?
Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? And she did try to chase down the Yatagarasu despite being just an average citizen.
Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu.
That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. And I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe in me, and that's enough.
I see. Kei's testimony is without flaw, but as for yours, well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony.
Oh? And why did you show her using what we found out with Little Thief?
I will in due time. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kei was in the pursuit of. If it turns out that it really does lead right into Agent Shina, then what is that she is keeping from us right now?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think I just present that.
Objection!
There we go, yeah.
Being in the room next to Mr. Kochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Knuckle back!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what the problem you're talking about at all.
Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace?
Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it?
Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with a secret connecting fireplace.
What?
The fireplace in Mr. Kochin's office holds the exact same secret.
What?
The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape road was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu.
What is the meaning of these smiles?
Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina? How have you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kei saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace.
How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal?
Sheena? That laugh!
I remember this irritating laugh.
I'm getting chills down my spine.
It can't be, but it has to be.
Sheena, what's wrong with you?
I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh.
Funny you say?
Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. What do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route.
The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed.
That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits.
For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor.
Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know.
I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either, as I answer your question.
My question?
Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace in Rabal was used recently.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question?
Yes. According to Ambassador Paleno's testimony, he said he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin.
Oh?
The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there.
Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movements of the ashes that were in Mr. Cochin's office is my proof. And just what is so funny?
Ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course. Why wouldn't I?
In that case, let's hear your counter-argument.
My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court.
Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now.
I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game and of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all.
Bring it, bitch.
Sheena's rebuttal.
In my eyes, all you've proved that the rotating fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Pfft. And there you have it. My counter-argument.
That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I've yet to gather that one piece of evidence.
What is it, Kate? I haven't heard a peep of you in a while now.
If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest to us. But
Okay. Pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth.
With pleasure.
Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it?
Xena, please, show me you're someone I can trust.
Don't worry. This will be the deciding match, you'll see.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin?
I'm ready whenever you are.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough.
But I was able to go through the evolving door myself. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal.
It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that they were not all that learned.
Yeah. Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal.
Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one.
But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used.
Hold it!
So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace?
That's right, Will. Do you have any?
Ugh. Hold on, let me increase the audio for the game.
Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Hold it!
Okay, if you could please not steal my line.
Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it anymore.
Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch.
You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless.
Hold it!
It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace.
Sorry, but I had the forensics team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Peleno and Mr. Cochin.
Curses! I should have known better than to think the Yatagarasu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find.
I take it you have no further objections?
Hold it!
So you really didn't find anything?
Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key and document detailing the smuggling operation, but we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Bubbly's knife handle yet.
Huh, you see? My subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Well, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Long Tzu says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too.
So that's a large family you have, Zed.
Yes, but as we all know, there was always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family.
So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway?
No, I haven't found any yet.
Then what are we going to do?
There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole in Mr. Interpol Agent's argument that we could exploit first. The one in charge of the Bubbly's investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it is that someone tried to hide it from us. Okay. Well, they didn't know if it was Alabastia until later. That was already brought up. She may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence found. There's one thing I do know. It is that someone tried to hide it from us. Which piece of evidence did she try to hide? The knife handle? Oh, the wire. This?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. And that's why you look into your evidence folder before you do shit like that, because I keep forgetting to do that properly. Huh. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything?
Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents?
You better not be insulting that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire.
And what exactly is this supposed to mean?
A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Bobbly's embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office.
You found that? As the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder?
But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there.
What in the...
Hey!
That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills?
No.
You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence anyway.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression.
How so?
I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu.
You still suspect me, I see. Alright then. I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete.
The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shina, and is it not possible that the reason that person Kay was chasing chose the 3rd floor was because the person knew that there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we come to see that Agent Shina was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting Kay. In that case, there is only one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation wasn't complete because they failed to inspect this location. This room, wasn't it?
Take that!
Yeah. The location, Agent Shinar, is of course the room you are claimed to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kojan's office warrants a thorough inspection.
Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there.
I'll be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth? Do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatagarasu?
Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is.
And I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu is the question.
If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to.
And just what are you hoping he'll find?
Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier.
An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science.
It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu.
And what did you find out by doing that?
First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Bobbly's ink.
Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway.
Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove.
Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir.
Oh? So what are these things that you found?
Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir.
You found a coat? You gave that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing.
Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room you examined it?
Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room.
Oh.
Thank you for bringing them back to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now?
Hold it!
These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them.
They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
Thank you for the follow, Real Matt on Guard. And I see that you named that your username is based off an Ace Attorney character. I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Sheena.
Lang!
Sheena, let's put it out all in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, alright?
I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you like. After all, I have nothing to hide.
Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going...
So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir?
The coat. Let's examine the coat.
Yes, sir.
It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace.
No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire.
And what about the dark substance around the hem of your coat?
Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with the soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie?
Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt I got on my coat when I went through the fireplace.
Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace.
Which I can.
How?
You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe.
Me, sir? What did I do?
This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully the coat.
I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise there.
All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat of the hem is.
Oh, and you think you can do that?
Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. The ink.
Take that!
Bobbly's ink?
Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burnt some files in the fireplace this morning.
You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again.
My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at the time. If the dark substance on the coat turns out to be Bobbly's ink, it will prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall.
Ah!
Sorry to have clipped of one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet.
You have no way of proving whether or not this is Bobbly's ink on the coat hem.
Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds.
How?
How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I'll prove that the dark substance on the coat is Bobbly's ink. Burn the coat! We can find out whether that Bobbly's ink or not is by lighting it on fire.
That's how you're gonna prove that it's Bobbly's ink?
Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is.
Sheena, sorry to do this. I'm going to cut a bit of your coat. Off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway.
Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something.
Oh, I got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light some smoke bombs.
Then if I could please have 1K, we can get this experiment underway.
C'est flame!
Oh damn, that was actually pretty sick.
It's the same color as the flames Wit Crystal oil produces, which means
Bobbly's ink is a product of Wit Crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing.
Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu. You're the one who killed my father.
It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you?
Do I look like the joking type to you?
Callisto you? I never heard of that name before in my life. That manner of speaking, that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years.
You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday, and then tried to frame me for it.
Oh really? And do you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world.
Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something else that can prove that she is Callisto you?
I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years.
Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth.
I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good. The perfume!
Take that!
This perfume! This will prove you to be Callisto you.
It will?
Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Sir, surely you remember this bottle? This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well.
And this is the bottle of perfume you spilled, which I preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Bern Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one.
We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh my god, her face.
looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth.
Callisto, you.
So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill is even greater than that time 7 years ago.
Gina, you're...
Ryan, I really enjoyed our days together. But you're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted, idiot of a man.
So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who's been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time.
Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The Lady Amaterasu. That's right. Yet Callisto, you, that's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Amaterasu.
Callisto, you. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly.
You know, you're the one who's left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Atakarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was.
Kay, don't!
I'll never forgive you what you did to my father. Pfft, you really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possessed such laughable honesty.
Oh goddammit, Kay. Kay!
You let go! You let Kay go right now, pal!
You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... God! You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatakarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief! Hey, Edgeworth! The Yatakarasu has 3 legs! Do you know what that is?
Why, it has 3 legs.
There are 3 main reasons why the Amaterasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Amaterasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Amaterasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system.
No, it can't be.
Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Amaterasu?
The real identity of the Amaterasu is... neither person.
Oh hey North, I join in Peeves getting held as hostage. Yeah, you joined at quite the moment. Perhaps at the peak of this case, perhaps.
The real identity of the Amaterasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are both the real Amaterasu.
How very perceptive of you. No way.
The single person known as the Great Thief Amaterasu never existed. And thank you for the follow, North.
Mr. Edgeworth, No! I refuse to believe this!
The Amaterasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Amaterasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2. The Amaterasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal.
And
oh wait, is the third one Detective Bad?
And skill number 3. The Amaterasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever. Hands up, bitch.
Detective Bad!
It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away.
You're the third member of the Yatagarasu?
You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years. But I finally got you.
Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow wary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end.
That bitch crazy, yeah. She's a criminal mastermind. And a darn strong one at that. Or a damn cunning one at that. Lock the thug up.
And this time I won't miss.
Stop!
You!
Kay! Kay! I used the wrong voice.
It's over, Sheena.
Your leg?
Agent Lang!
You idiot! What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for?
I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even for you. You idiot. An idiot, you know that. Ha! That's fine with me. You should know by now that is just who I am. How I am. Hey sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance please.
Sir! Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle.
This is a great find, Detective.
It is, sir?
Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon.
Hey, they fit together perfectly.
This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched.
I'm going to return to this Bubbly's knife now.
Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Paleno.
Bubbly's handle given to Detective Gumshoe.
I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you! For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Bubbly's knife with you. Later you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. Bob had slay. Well, it didn't slay enough. It didn't slay enough for her to get away with murder and theft. And also, international criminal syndication. Yes. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up?
Objection!
You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it.
Problems? In what respect?
What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase me after me? It was also I could capture Kate Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gatewaterland, I knew right away that you were Ben Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you but pinning the murder on you wasn't only my goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take Little Thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key.
Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday.
You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it?
The eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment.
Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu?
Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean?
The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day.
Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings.
Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena?
I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babalese embassy on fire.
And why did you do that?
I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills.
That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then, why start two fires?
Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, but now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait! Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, then I should return them to you. Haha! You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight.
What?
I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will.
Mr. Prosecutor.
Yes, Agent Lang?
Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be.
His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg.
Slowly limping his way out with the culprit.
It's finally over, Kay.
I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed.
That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring.
Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jammy Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome.
I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck in the ends of these sticks.
Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh?
So it's midnight. The dawn of another day.
Hey, Bubs. Thanks much. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years.
Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day.
Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything.
But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring the Yatagarasu were chasing after,
The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you.
Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu?
As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you.
Uncle Bad.
Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right?
Unfortunately, it isn't.
Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chains, is she, Mr. Edgeworth?
Detective Bad? Wait, no. You are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu.
Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you.
These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office.
Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night.
He was the guy who pointed the gun behind my back in the first case of this game. So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it?
Wait, that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor, and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the eldest sister of the victim in that case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yatagarasu and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group.
Mr. Amano's conglomerate.
We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart, and Faraday, he died for it.
But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident?
After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister.
What? Then that means...
Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto U was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring.
She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning.
Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file, please use it wisely.
Trump card?
That photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraway hid away all those years ago.
It's the mark of the Yatagarasu. But why?
This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kojin had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU.
But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu?
The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze.
So you mean the cards were written in Babalese ink?
The fact that the card that Cochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police.
So that's what those white cards are.
The great thief Yatagarasu used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is it, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence.
But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it?
The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case.
This video.
What? Don't come any closer! I'm warning you!
This is the same video as the one Mr. Portman was trying to conceal from me.
Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence.
Then that calling card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman.
The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them.
The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is...
Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law.
Is the boss one of those people who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bard. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them.
You still insist that even now, you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Babs! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. No, Babs, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir.
Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued. Hell yeah. Oh man, yeah, this is a long case as I expected.
March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis. Lobby.
So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was.
Okay.
And yet, there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved.
Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Sort of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in.
Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more.
Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape detector Bear gave us.
This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us.
Sure thing, sir.
Oh. This man! It's Manny Cochin!
And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building.
An apartment building? How do you figure that?
Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident, and the crime scene was the victim's own apartment.
So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building.
At the trial, Mr. Faraday claims that this piece of footage existed.
However, no one could find it.
Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it to Mr. Ernest Amano.
I could see how this would have been a definitive piece of evidence, and why someone would want to hide it.
But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir.
Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it, which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader.
Where? Where?
Wait! What was that? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. This car! This is something we cannot overlook.
Why is that, sir?
Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
The flag?
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadofia. And because it has a national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there?
Ah, Mr. Von Karma, Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time?
Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. And if only I was even a tiny bit more careful, this tragedy would have never happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot Curticus! You couldn't change after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Parbalese police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Mr. Von Karma, I'm afraid I made up my mind. and without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however,
As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends?
Shifu, you found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way.
Yo. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly.
if I laid back and took a break, I'd lose scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor.
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
at this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder.
You...
No?
The...
Killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Huh. Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kojin's murder. That was all she knew. Long Zi says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines on the outside of the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Demaster II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma.
What? The fuck?
I was the killer? Hey, wait, but that's impossible.
Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite...
Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark that you were about to make.
Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder?
Yeah, I am.
He doesn't appear to be joking.
Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal. Did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show you them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission?
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good. Then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because Alex said nothing short of a perfect explanation.
She seems rather upset, not that I blame her.
I expected you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang. As someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess.
I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet.
If you let us in, if you let Kay in, then you're gonna let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble.
Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay?
Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go.
As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over.
Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go.
This motherfucker's definitely the murderer. He's the murderer.
March 15, 12:53 a.m. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Okay, now, let's go over the facts one more time. Mandy Kirchen's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babao. The weapon that took his life was one of the Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damas II, Mr. Cauchonneau, was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primodex statue, and that this is actually Babao's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then no one else who could've, and there's no one else who could've pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying?
Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were the one on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagrass's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if that's that well true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons?
Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now! Look sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. Yeah, man, this man just straight up caught her whip with his hand. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could not be deeper than what any of us can imagine.
Gah! Let's get this ridiculous tickers over with already.
Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it.
What?
But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damas II.
You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damas II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation.
As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. Let's get started. Yes, let's.
Border crossing weapons.
One of Alabast's knives was used in Babao to murder Mr. Kirchen. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damas II is the Babao's Primodex statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impregnable security. Only the two traverse the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you just lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on what is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't let me Langzer never said anything to that effect. Oh, don't tell me Langzer never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you are speaking about Langzer's proverbs like that? Huh. I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you need to see the truth. Alright. One of Alabas. Wait, I already said that. Okay. Time to press. I concur that this knife crossed over the country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was the only one.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the Prima Duck statue was also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there's one thing I do know for sure. Somehow,
Hold it!
impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Knock him back!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that?
Yeah, not even I could climb over that thing with all that barbed wire.
The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and the Prima Duck statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors.
Hold it!
Was Franziska really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she's the only one to go back and forth. The sis was there in Alabas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Kojin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the Prima Duck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only thing to cross the border are the Prima Duck statue and the knife. I should hardly think those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Those are the only two items. So what else traveled between the two? No, it's the documents. Oh, the other statue. Oh, the other statue. I think. Wait, which one do I present? The Balzamita statue? Hold on. Yeah, okay. I think I need to present Alabas. But where do I present it?
Yeah, there it is.
Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight.
Oh?
The Master Second was killed with Babal's Primadox statue, yes? But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primadox statue go?
To Babal.
Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies.
I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her.
Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang?
What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said along with the security camera's footage. You're not gonna overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors.
What other way?
The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility.
The photo of the quote-unquote Yatagarasu. It looks like you got some clever idea in mind.
I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence.
Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
The piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo.
That supernatural photo? Like I said before. Humans can't fly.
No, of course not. I understand perfectly well.
And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either.
I wouldn't dream of claiming that.
And I won't allow you to take back what you said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor.
But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation.
It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Then let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is...
the statue?
Yeah, I think I just point out the statue. Maybe?
Take that!
Yes, okay.
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object. The Primadox statue replica.
You can't be serious.
The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Ancient Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation.
I know I did.
She launched it through the air? Ha! And how exactly did she do that?
He literally is baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier?
Hey sis, I remember just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right?
So just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma.
Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy?
Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer.
Yeah, I guess I did say something like that.
In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is.
Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too.
I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I'd like to hear about it from you. Franziska, I feel that I still don't have enough information. Which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case.
Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about?
I'd like you to please testify about your movements up until you came into this room.
Alright, let's try this way. Let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl no!
As you wish.
As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Ablain to his office.
Franziska, I want to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct?
Yes, of course.
I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Franziska about her testimony in more detail.
Yes, Oppressor. Alright, be right back.
Alright. Let's get back to it. Movements are not the best.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring.
Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. Was that incident 7 years ago? Or have you forgotten what happened here back then?
Ugh. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself.
It looks like you remember the case after all.
Of course I do.
I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all of that. Then after, saw the Steel Samurai on his way to the office. Okay. There's the photo where he... Where the fuck's the photo of him shaking his hand? Oh. That... I think he shook hands with the Alabastian ambassador. Pretty sure that was proven.
Hold it!
So you were at the theater as well?
Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that say show.
Well, yes. Sir Francisco was there.
Well, after the show was over, and I saw the Steel Samurai off.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech?
For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right?
Yes, I suppose you're right.
And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it didn't turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ah, who'd have thought that she would use a shadow?
Ah! Calm down, Francisca. She must have been nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself.
Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter.
Hold it!
After that time, the Master Second's body had yet to be found in this room, correct? Is that correct?
That's right, but Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss him, his rather large presence.
The criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying?
Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you.
Seriously?
Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Albus was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants.
Ah, I could attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around the time here at my office.
Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in his room at the time, was he? Was watering his flowers on the windowsill. The passion flower? Okay. Two large flowers in rings. Wait a minute. Are these the same stakes as the... Oh. Wait a minute. These are from the flowers. Okay. That's definitely going to be something that's going to be brought up later, or perhaps now. Okay. There's watering flowers and stuff. For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill?
What do you mean by that?
The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered this room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct?
I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it is only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right?
I suppose.
After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about these flowers. He had obtained them himself, and he's growing them with the utmost care, you know.
Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box and the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom.
Wait, but there was only 2. Miss Von Karma, what did you just say just now?
I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand?
What do I not understand? I don't understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony.
Very well. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Now we present.
Objection!
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence.
It does appear that way.
Huh, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis.
Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. Ugh.
All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers all really all that important at this juncture, Miles?
At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant.
Huh, then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove?
I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
There, my beloved flowers, have grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. I won't rest until I have inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This patch of soil looks as though it has something removed from it.
Huh, what are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? What do you climb up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know.
Did you know, Agent Lang? Flowers are best appreciated in silence.
Tch.
It looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are supported by these plant supports.
Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you.
Ugh, Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already!
I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require.
Oh, you do? Do you? You have such confidence in your face and of your current plight, but I only doubt it'll last until the end.
You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang, but we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hairpin sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers.
And so what? Is this really all important to the case?
Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in alabaster. But somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue.
Ugh. Very well then. I want to hear it from you exactly how they wound up in Babal.
How did these support sticks find their way into Babal and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up here. Aha! So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape.
It's just another stick, isn't it?
And so it is. But the shape of the sports sticks is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. And the object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is...
The object. The crossbow? Yeah, because it can be shot. Oh, it can be shot. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting.
Oh, I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together.
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? You don't fire at all. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yadagaras's clothes, and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrow from this side, they won't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings. You're just a realist after all, aren't you?
The Prima Duck statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't.
Glad you understand. You feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of the crucial fact.
It's only crucial because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation.
What?
You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Prima Duck statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. But we already are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct?
But just an arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing.
No, that's not necessarily true.
What?
What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What shooter wanted to launch with a crossbow was not the statue themselves, but rather something a crossbow that can be launched that can be used to move the statues.
The wires?
Objection!
Finally we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow.
I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow then shot into Mr. Kojin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. If that's what you're claiming is really what happened. I can see how Alabaster's Prima Duck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor. But then what about the Babal's Prima Duck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy. up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that?
Aha! I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head.
Motion? What motion?
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primadox. Yeah, this is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's Primadox statue. Rotary motion. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If two statues were transported simultaneously...
Simultaneously? Get real. The statues will collide somewhere along the way.
Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you short an arrow with the two ends of a wire connected to it, a circular belt can be formed.
Lanza says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into action the tension difference between the two wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statues will collide anyway.
Agent Lang, as you know, the Primadox statues is a one-of-a-kind national treasure, and the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible.
Lanza says,
here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the two of them connected the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. QED.
This proves it right, Agent Lang. That I am not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
The proof is in the pudding, as it were.
Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir.
I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis just remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence.
One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into a fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor.
The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it's right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. The ceiling fan.
Take that!
Ha! Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to this trick are two pulleys.
Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is only one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fan is made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security.
You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you?
The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babalese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case?
Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for this food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't see what it is, why don't you present something like you always do?
A simple point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious man is. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, the passion flowers.
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all of this, the fact that the culprit knew that the both officers had ceiling fans tells us the very person has a very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Kirkus Alba.
Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth?
I am certainly what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit.
Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all of that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he use a trick like that?
I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me that is very odd.
Just one thing, huh?
The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence.
Fingerprints?
Take that!
You want us to examine this?
Yes, forward.
Ah, fuck.
Not the back!
Ah, shit.
Julian is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there was one piece of evidence that has only been partially checked. And that piece which lies at the heart of the smuggling is what I should present.
Oh, the statue. The alabaster statue, I think.
Take that!
Yeah, well, I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been reversed. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Prima Doc statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Prima Doc himself?
I see. The ambassador will be examining that statue now with or without your permission.
These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact they're on here suggests that the statue once belonged to Babao.
So it was smuggled from Babao to Alabasta?
Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in?
This guy kinda looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador.
I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. That looks like a gap.
Hey, you're right! Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret?
Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction.
What? Hurry up and open it, Miles!
Alright, here it goes. Are those the bills?
Wow, it really did open up! Hey, what is that thing that fell out?
Huh? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this?
Hey! Is this what I think it is? It's a plate! For making counterfeit bills!
Somehow, it appears that we have at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into the Alabasta to begin with. The Prima Doc statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shinnah, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised a replica statue at Damas II and bonked his head on the ground. Then, in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba?
You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess. And it's all because of you? You're the one who killed the Master Second?
Answer us!
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass guilt onto a dead man. If there was one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Kirkus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such a flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
Oops. It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the real reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you.
What?
Agent Lang, I demanded an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around.
Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisco of the murder. Using Francisco as the bait, you were able to gain us an entry and investigator rights.
If I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about? Very well, I'll forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth.
Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you.
You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be the one to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic.
The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor, that's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right?
I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him.
Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me as a push for all guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what it is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you called evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped the real statue that vested in your country's authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense? Or doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us.
The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I could use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence.
Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time.
I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And what path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand here and now. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that card before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG-8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense, and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card in the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Ho ho, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has had free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me.
March 15, 1:34 a.m. Dear Trim Yushalis Lamy. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir.
What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order. While in here,
Take that!
as you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card is the only one you have. Just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. The blood stain. Oh, hold on. There we go. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Kodofian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area footage directly links the smuggling ring with Kodofia.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directives card in it. It tells us without a doubt that this person in this car was Mr. Cochin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera, and with it we could easily find out who was sitting in this car on the day 10 years ago. Which is why I could say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. No! I think I'll change his voice.
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be a mighty difficult to prove.
How so?
The Principality of Kodofia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. The badge! Because he's literally flashing it right in front of me. What the? Ambassador Alba!
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Kodofia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded phrases, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Kodofia. But now I'm the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person that could be sitting in this car is you!
What? How did you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. Gah!
You move me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking impossible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damas II murder, I admitted. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming that it was justified self-defense?
Damas II attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you really do know how to laugh at inappropriate times.
If you wish to claim that it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it wasn't self-defense.
Oh.
I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
But the Master II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that was sitting in my office and attacked. So, you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, that's enough to declare it so.
No way.
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge of what's going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, then everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of the Master II was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes this crime alive.
Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? That's what you mean? Extraterritoriality.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held within will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what's your Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Gosh.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance in your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who's ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it is no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
As you see now, don't you? You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do? He who is above the law.
March 15, 2:11 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. I can't believe it's extraterritoriality.
Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice.
I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him.
I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sorry to skip out on you, but I got some business to take care of.
If we can't give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck are laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagrosso and take care of this myself.
Don't you dare!
Mr. Edgeworth,
Sorry, that was a bit too harsh.
I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job.
What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack?
Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet.
Okay.
I want you to think about something for a second. We never let up for even a second, as long as we don't stop investigating. We might find the rotten treasure hidden here.
She's right.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're right, Kay. Very well. Let's just reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay.
Right behind you.
Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir.
And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabasta.
Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping.
Passion Flowers data erased from my organizer.
Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him.
Cool. Sounds like the embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want.
And murder the masked second, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills apparently.
But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin Babal.
Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. So those rights are effective even in our own country.
Really?
No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here.
So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we?
We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights.
We still have the renovations there.
This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I wonder if it's until I've inspected every suspicious looking karate. What is... It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses.
Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers.
It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Oh. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist.
So, what exactly is this yellow flower here?
That one. I'm not sure.
What? You don't know?
As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. It's the knife handle. He smuggled the knife. Babal's national symbol is the butterfly and the alabas is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick.
What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah!
Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing.
Oh, I took a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal.
Well, the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon.
I can't believe he was pretending to be a harmless old grandpa. Talk about deceptive.
I don't suppose anyone expected him to change that drastically.
I bet he's thinking of something evil behind that cheery smile.
Okay, please try to remain calm and focus on the here and now.
Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I got all worked up there. Well, the only way we're going to be able to steal the truth is if we keep on investigating. Mr. Ballerina has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy when that thing were going to become Kenobi again.
Perhaps, but instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who is always thinking of the country is really to be admired.
Yeah, although this happened, I hope they're able to reunite the country someday.
I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. We need to see that those who would harm the new Codofia are locked away.
And we will.
There's that troublemaker, standing there smack in the center with making two peace signs.
Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Oh hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right?
No, I have no idea who he is.
Wait, but you just said you knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right?
I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again. Seems that Lily's at the center of this bouquet with an accent of a chamomile.
Wow, I can only smell the wonderful fragrance.
Kate, this is just a picture.
Ah, look, I know that. But it's nice to imagine things once in a while, you know? Where's your sense of empathy?
If you can smell the fragrance of flowers from a photo, that's more like a hallucination.
You don't have to be mean about it.
Let's just drop this before it's in full bloom.
I think that's everything. Check. That's all done.
The flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors.
There are so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony.
I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. Hey, Pyro. How you doing?
What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right?
Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce.
Okay, then this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony.
Huh. I suppose you could call it that. These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television.
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They had been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled.
Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's his name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection.
Evidence. Okay.
You can see the Babalese embassy, which is undergoing major renovations. From the room expansions to garden upkeep, it looks like a lot of construction is going on.
Mr. Paleno says that all this work is really hard on him. He said that since Mr. Kocha passed away, that maybe I could work part-time for him.
She got a really chummy with that ambassador.
What can I say? I just have a good nose for money.
It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today.
I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! That was the first time I've seen that special move. But well, the Java Ninja show's climax was much better, of course.
Oh, is that a fact?
That scene where he sang for the Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart.
Perhaps the Jumping Ninja is just more popular with the female audiences. Alright, time to... something he doesn't want to investigate. Nope. 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 Alright, what about these? There we go. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Bubbly's ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun?
Well, they probably have to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all.
Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Kochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling ring operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Yeah. It's the one person who's been erasing all the evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who was mopping up Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Kochin. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Kochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only mean one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Kochin was killed.
Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends.
Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Kochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship?
Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Kochin pushing really hard for Mr. Paleno to be the ambassador after the reunification?
Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alba's Primodox statue.
So Mr. Kochin hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Kochin?
It is definitely a possibility at this point.
Those two really are thinking of no one but themselves. But the question is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Kochin's body was covered in babal, right?
Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe now we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Kochin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed murder is... the theater?
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis.
What? Here?
The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? The only place that the both of them would have been is in here.
But if that's the case, then everything changes. The theater isn't exactly Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has.
It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further.
So what should we check out?
Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's record should be easily to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth.
Franziska.
I have here the security footage from both Alabasta and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents.
You move fast.
Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuses to back down or say that we can't solve this case.
I'm sorry about earlier.
We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he?
Hasn't she patronized me enough for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast immigration screening area.
I really hope there's something in here that we can use.
Alright, let's put this baby in and... Okay.
Alright. Steel Samurai, Iron Infant.
Which minute's footage should I examine?
Steel Samurai.
Doesn't something about this lump-shaped strike you as odd?
Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape?
No, there's clearly something odd about this, about the bulge. Or if only if we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera.
I hope it shows us something good. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything.
That right there is the contradiction.
Huh? Did I miss something?
You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country.
But wasn't his body found at Babal?
It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Oh yes, heal me, please. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Beleno.
Even just a teensy tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Paleno.
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is the normalization of relationships between our two countries, but there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough. because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
So that is your alibi?
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it!
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did, but you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Master Dreth, as my subordinate and representative of these country's prosecutors, you are forbidden to lose.
Of course, that is something I've understood from the start.
That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he?
Yes, I believe so.
The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader, my father, and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on, through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay?
We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
Hold it!
And what exactly did you do while you were in Alabasta?
I had a meeting with the Steel Samurai, and then I arranged a few files. Around that time, that thief who was sneaking in took me by surprise.
Objection!
Are you saying that it was the Master Second that made the first move?
Yes, and it was after I was attacked that I hit him on the head with the Prima Duck statue. Unfortunately, he died from the blow, but it was an act of justified self-defense.
Objection!
Calling it that doesn't cover up what you really did.
Cover up? No, my boy. I'm not covering up anything. I'm telling the truth.
You weren't planning to admit to it, which is why you tried to flame the Steel Samurai. If you weren't an ambassador, I'd be letting my whip fly loose on you right now.
I am terribly sorry that I didn't clean up the body better, but I am a busy man. I had a suite to give in the Rose Garden after that, you know.
Objection!
Yet despite that, you still had time to kill Mr. Cochin, didn't you?
Objection!
Objection! Oh man, that's something new.
Man is evil, and I'm sure you are familiar with the facts, but Mr. Cochin was killed in Babal while I was all the way in Alabasta.
It's simply not possible.
Hold it!
You insist that it's not possible for you to have killed Mr. Cochin in Babal. And you are correct.
Oh, I thought you would put up a bit more of a fight, but if you must concede to me.
The only thing I am conceding is that it's not possible for you to kill him in Babal. I am not conceding that your alibi is the truth.
Oh, I see. However, no matter how you try, I know that you can't crush my alibi.
You would be wise not to underestimate a prosecutor of this country.
We'll see about that.
So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba.
If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case that my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have is we don't know what their exact relationship was.
Indeed, if they had a complete trust in each other, then there's no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish. I believe that is from where his motive arose.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier, we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh? So you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want, I suppose I had one. Then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I appreciate if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I have no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he's killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes.
What motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator?
Ah,
Objection!
the note. If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you, but because you had your own reason too, namely you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of this note is a request calling for the theft of the Alabas Primalux statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill them.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me?
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
What? Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ugh.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was. He was my subordinate, which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno.
I am very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno.
We must find a way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Agent Lang?
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay?
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Gatagras's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
Just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That is a clue my father, Bern Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Bern Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key.
Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu killed 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you are talking about. You say it like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. But that sort of trickery won't work for me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? That's...
This D-rated device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
what?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send all of it to Alabas right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn in my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we could still let all of the info. We still can't let all of the info my father and Uncle Barrett found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. So those two pieces, must they keepsakes of your father? He's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's got to be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I'd refuse to lose these 2. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me.
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Duh. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then even if you use all the power of Ambassador Peleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity chaos created for me go to waste.
Alba's Alibi Part 2.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast for the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. As you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man.
Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I would warn you, though, you'll reach the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case?
In that case, the only thing you can do is present the correct evidence. Understood?
Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he was returned to Babao. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
I can't press him, so... I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that.
It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zheng Fa bills. It's incredibly detailed and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. That's it, okay. We didn't see him again. Need to prove that they meet. This?
Objection!
Nope. Amazing. Diplomats really do know how to craft answers that don't answer to anything.
So the only place he met the victim was at this theater. And when was he killed?
You know that Mr. Cochin didn't return to Babal alive. Which means that the only time he could have been killed is when they were both here.
And that means that he was planning to kill Mr. Cochin from the start. Oh wait, no, I think I'll put. Oh wait, no, this.
Objection!
There we go. I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again.
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it as well. You should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection. It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment.
Ugh.
No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. You know, I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur.
No!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The courts. Is there no way we lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end? Agent Lang!
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down until I got back.
Huh?
So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Lantis says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters and the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it.
The Imperial household? You, what have you done?
You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba.
What?
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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video of the Yata protected? You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy, Lang Zi.
4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked!
Looks like you finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
What a shame. I wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Do you really think you can still pull that on us right now? We already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Elba.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us.
So what if I'm no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me.
I expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood.
You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if that's true, that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Gah. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war.
Alba's Alibi Part 3. I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater using that knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken a knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There's no way for me to have transported this body to from the theater to Babal. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too?
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you?
As if I care.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it to my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness.
Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony.
Hold it!
You still wish to deny your actions?
You still wish to deny reality and accuse me of murder.
What? I'm not in denial.
Even though he's not an ambassador anymore, he's still got oops. I believe it's because he's no longer ambassador that he can let himself speak freely. Well, if he's not holding anything back, then neither should I.
Wait! For the sake of these reasons for refrain from what I think you're about to do.
Quite a pair of frightening women you are. But I digress.
Hold it!
Even if the body was found in Babal, he was killed somewhere else.
Objection!
Stop bluffing because you can't prove what you're claiming. If this were a court-martial in my country, you'd have already been removed from the room.
Are you taunting us on purpose? Because I'd be happy to show you my claws.
Hold it!
Hold on, Angeline. Allow me to fight him my way with evidence. I was just joking. I'm not so easily ruffled by the likes of him.
Too bad. Though I am no longer an ambassador,
it still could have been an international incident.
If you have the will to threaten us with that mouth of yours, then perhaps you can use it to return to the testimony.
Very well. But to be fair, you should watch what you say as well.
Hold it!
Is that really so? You could have easily blackmailed your subordinates to be quiet and then move the body.
Objection!
That's quite an insult to me and my subordinates, and I'm afraid we can't have that. It's very difficult to enter my embassy, as the guards always conduct a thorough check. If someone so much as mistakes an unnatural movement, it would arouse their suspicions.
Come to think of it, there wasn't anything unnatural about him in the footage.
Wait. Let me think about that for a second. Mr. Alba said that the guard would become suspicious if someone acted unnaturally. But then by the same token, the guard would not become suspicious if someone were to act naturally. If we retrace Mr. Alba's movements, we should find some hint to solving this case.
Right after the Steel Samurai stage show, he went back to Alabasta, right?
From there, he started preparing for his speech in the Alabastian embassy.
It does sound like it wasn't possible for him to have gone to the Babalese embassy.
He couldn't have gone to Babal, but the body didn't remain at the theater either. Is it possible that the body was temporarily taken to a different location first?
Objection!
There we go.
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a look at this section here. This lump inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. The body.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I'd better for now, but it is a hypothesis, however.
If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
Sorry, thanks so long, Mr. Edgewood, sir!
Gummy?
Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart?
Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area.
So that's where you went.
The detective spirit that Pumps left me with, I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgewood, is this worth anything to the case?
Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabasta. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart?
I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir.
Oh? Well then, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective.
Yes, sir. It's blood.
This must be Mr. Kochin's blood. which only goes to prove that Mr. Kochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwillingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense. Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Vabal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win.
But you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
I'll be the one to judge whether or not I can prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast.
My Zedgewith, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved?
To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means
There is no question that can't be answered, right?
the Mimidoc statue was smuggled successfully through the brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
Moment in Alabast. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can you be so confident at a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you like.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest.
Wow, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you didn't just strain your back as well, huh?
Isn't just because you're normally all hunched over?
He did need to keep up with the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Hold it!
The Yatagarasu was just a trick that you had set up.
A most amusing joke, and how do you propose I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Oh, that's an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me.
You. What is it going to take for you to fess up anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone is inside, well...
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had a stroke of bad luck and bumped into the masked man.
Objection! And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Master Second.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Prima Doc statue he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Miss Von was really letting her whip fly now.
I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it.
She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Grr. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty for anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal?
Sir?
Mr. Edgeworth?
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? No. No. Is this the end?
It appears we just made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay!
It's the Steel Samurai?
No, you are mistaken, for I am the Steel Samurai Daddy, Merit Man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Jibo!
No! The true people that I want to see the least. Larry? What are you two doing here?
Why did you show you gratitude, Edgy? We just wanted to help Yeesh. I was gonna get the bag out with a single thrust of my samurai spear.
Go away!
How can you be so mean to us, Jibo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
Well, isn't this grand? I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just because the Iron Infant completely soaked?
Huh? Oh yeah, I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal? I had found it in a pool. I do recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, that was another boss the whole time. So I had no idea how the Iron Infant wandered in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of the pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabas to Babal is bilateral symmetry. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe?
Yes, sir?
There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. This is where I believe the route is used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body to Lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning this is where we need to examine.
Take that!
Ah, fuck. I should have just...
Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Yeah.
Okay, so it is just the other side. Okay, so it is on the Babal side. Okay, so it's just this side.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There is a reservoir here, just like in the rose garden.
Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babal East side. Mr. Coach's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast.
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool. And not just any pool. It was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious that at this point, but must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
What? The blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey, don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to the hero of Justice's son. Even if he's just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely the body just happened to pass on through to Babal. This guy's a doll and he's small, so I believe he made it, but he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He's realized the flaw of my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Coach's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Shina, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Shina would have drowned if she did that.
It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe.
Looks like your hypothesis is about how the body was moved is still only half baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Shina's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Shina was in Babal? The fire.
Oh, if only there was another way to get rid of all the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it.
Now I believe this is time. We really are done right.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you thought of a way to move the body through the water?
With the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me?
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved.
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Barbalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. And a moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water is used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway?
I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there is no ladders or footholds along the walls either.
It would be difficult for Shinnok to hold the body and climb out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds along the walls? There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will.
Oh, looks like you had an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Mishina and the body were able to rise up to the ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, there could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Shinnok could move up and down the pool.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a matter of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts? How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Shinnok and the body were lifted upwards by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Barbalese side and the firefighting effort, these were set in motion for all the sake of smuggling Mr. Croton's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infinite Mr. Croton's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Shinnok was busy conveniently starting up the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipes between the two pools were exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabasta to Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Shinnok and the body. After that, Miss Shinnok used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Croton's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. Well, and ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to addict me.
The nitty-gritty? What's this old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened.
You want to prove? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There is no need to worry. I have all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pool's connecting pipes tonight. Just as Detective Yonshu found the pushcart in the open air stage area, so too did I find one item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. There was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open air stage area. The guitar pick? It seems kind of a weird piece of evidence, but I mean, it's the only one I can think of, really.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
You have no idea, do you? This little paste is what I found on the Bobbly side will be on your undoing.
A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how is that going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open air stage, which was transported with the body. Naturally, I assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after. Oh, that's the piece of the knife. Oh, yeah. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment of the stage area belongs to. From the stage area belongs to. Wait, do I present the knife or do I present the photo? I think this?
Take that!
Yeah. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. Ah, yes. On the handle of this knife there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story, because for some odd reason this flower petal was wet when we found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gone wet from is the open air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open air stage on the Bobbly side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through to into Babal.
Impossible! The people of Zhengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to the justice that is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line, hopefully, maybe, I don't know. Wait, what? Oh. Oh, okay, I wasn't expecting that. Final battle? I guess?
March 15, 3:33 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby.
Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there's anything else for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the new Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this matter of arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear, I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well. Though, is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forgive them.
Oh, I know how to do this. He's gonna be like, oh yeah, he's gonna do his spear move, and I'll be like, nope, he used a sword move. Oh wait, shit, I skipped on accident. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who was cool.
Yeah, the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Huh? Hey, Angie, who is she? Who's the super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time, and only now he notices her. Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry, I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
Yes, okay, I'm Larry.
Silence in the peanut gallery. There is no time for such trivialities at this time like this.
Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I'd like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Alright there, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. Maybe. Who knows? The time has come to expose every one of Mr. Alba's lies. Hopefully, maybe. This seems a bit drawn out.
The Steel Samurai show.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Do you think that climatic scene of today's show is just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? Hey, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's a special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. Yep, that's the opening, baby. Boop!
Objection!
Yep, that was pretty easy. The special move today was early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it will be wise for you to take a look at this.
The samurai spear. What about it?
This spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, the useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Okay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known that move was used. Kirkus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you?
So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up this possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kojin instead.
So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Just what is so funny?
You're sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show. Or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That's the lousy, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof he didn't watch the show at all.
Gosh, shit.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show. Honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Oh, what? Who said that?
Who was that just now?
It'll do to be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like this?
Edgy, please hold on for a second, I beg. You may never say this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samurai.
What exactly is a Steel Samurai, though?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac.
Yeah, well, trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai.
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan, as well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Albert directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kochin.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for?
Well, I was wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That was a bit of a secret, and only a small portion of the staff know about it.
Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Huh? Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I should have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab, that's how we decided the name of the move. But by that time I already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of this.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kinda pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. Oops, I clicked off on accident. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, our gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art.
Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold of your lips. Hold those lips of yours still.
Oh, what the heck, old man?
I got nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect that you've already noticed. Exactly what severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ha! So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into the behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Not so fast!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Curtis Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab, but the name was only decided upon right before the show was up to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That's the name of the move you told us that was never used in the show or said out loud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Curtis Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option is left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Cochin's murder. The pushcart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabas along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait. What if, and this is a what if, just a what if. What if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Jay?
I have to admit, she brings up a very valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people.
Slipping a detective into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie.
The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Curtis Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why.
Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Objection!
Not so fast.
What is it now?
Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself?
Explain? What is there to explain?
I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard.
You punk, still trying to get out of this?
Do you really think you could get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him?
Oh, god damn it, not again. No, I don't have enough evidence on how to do anything, god fucking damn it. I don't have airtight evidence I need to prove with this man away for good, what the fuck? But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room is in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there.
Yeah, Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure you'll find some new facts, pal.
Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may be able to learn something from a recreation.
Not so fast!
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
Has they found nothing?
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they have found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
And if there was no need to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Wow, this is really drawn out.
Who is it this time?
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers! Ah!
First Larry, and now you?
What's with that scary monster scowl on your face, Ichibo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all you keep doing is talking about things I don't get at all. You're leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Ichibo? Cheer up, because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing from you.
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Ah, my special present to my love to my sweet Ichibu. Are you ready? Is this? It's a box of those samurai dogs, right? Yes, so Ichibu, here are. Go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Ichibu, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not the one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it will have it nice and full, and one day you'll agree to serve you some of my own all-plate food. I mean, it isn't a desire. If you want to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry, and that's what they want to experience. Mr. Edgeworth, can you do anything about her?
There is no power on earth that could force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is looking down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. I had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special.
I had a special design on its fan. It's like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special.
But then, when I ate one, it just tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. I never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. Wait, is that blood? However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of the facts between something that should not exist, and yet it does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point at us in the right direction.
A present?
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into a pushcart just to move them.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body in the pushcart. And then, you forced the Seal Samurai to unwillingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we find them all, the way to the truth will be revealed.
Nah. Shit. Nah. No. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within it first. Therefore, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor, were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Okay, now we can do it. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing the samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgyboo! Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir?
Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Cochin in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing.
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this little guy's jugular. So tell us, what about this box of samurai dogs is going to put away the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it is here, of course. Can I... How do I move this? Ah, there we go. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinamaru fan on it. This should have never existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Huh? What?
Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste.
You got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
But why was there blood on that box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry said you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct?
Yeah, you have a great memory, Edgy. But that pushcart was far too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes? Oh fuck, I skipped on accident. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because the embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting it. I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Curtis Alba, I'd say this was one very fatal oversight on your part.
Objection!
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How could he be so confident in an over situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
A sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say it like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs.
Report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this Curtis Elba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten? Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves that the crime was that dressing room.
Objection!
But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it?
Gah, that's... Here's a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Elba is the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless?
Look at me! We're so close, sir!
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose it with. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Oh god damn, but who is it now?
Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, Val. But it wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me!
Why did you...
Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir.
There's more?
What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned, it's not one of those... It's not the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
No!
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Richard? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. That blood drop proved to be something true, alright. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The one where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing to steal samurai dogs, or the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess it's possible.
Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring?
The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough.
Curtis Elba, you bastard!
Silence. Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through.
Not so fast!
Elba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see! And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes.
Do you know what your words sound like to me? They sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt.
Is this really the extent of what we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who have been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Phoenix, right? Turn it around? That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood it could get onto a box like onto the box like this. If I think about it that way. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there is only one person that could be.
Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids I was removed from the center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Curtis Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. As for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what do you think it means, Kay? We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Hey! Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know that he's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good. And I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know whose blood it belongs to?
Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Yep. The man himself.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Curtis Alba.
Grr.
What?
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even the victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, only 2 people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean. If the blood doesn't belong to the victim,
Then there is only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That is the only logical conclusion.
but Mr. Cochin was the one who stabbed Sir. Why would Mr. Alba be the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back?
You mean, if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin would have managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time? The wound!
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when the Master Second attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so you can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, to see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You managed to give the law a slip for the 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can't hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one of a kind criminal.
Objection!
I'm the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin, and that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from.
The Yadagras's key, because he had it on him.
The theater was packed with security guards. So that it would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Not so fast!
just as Mr. Elba was able to bring in the alabaster knife in a bouquet. There must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort.
Ah, but as long as you can prove that that other way is, all you talk about, Mr. Kojin, and stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you better hurry up and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows how Mr. Kojin brought a weapon into the theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key.
That's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Kojin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Kodofian paper signed by Mr. Kojin. In order to make it look like Mr. Kojin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office's safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching the knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Curtis Alba? And that is what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Kojin. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador. Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors.
Scooby-Doo reference? What the fuck?
Mr. Alba, I'm afraid there was one more question I forgot to ask. This country, or Alabas, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
March 17th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Oh, this is it, the big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand in trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one, so I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
Having to face Miss Von Comra in court right after facing you, sir. I don't even want to think about what that would be like. I got a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted to the courthouse. And boy, he looked as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Boatsman were all of Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidences. Camille Meal was to provide support during the smuggling ops using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate the trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Ooh, you Koyu Airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe in the smuggling ring, yes, sir.
I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world.
Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
Huh? What is it, Detective?
Nothing, it's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
Well, for the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Cochin. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth, however. It seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all in the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Deadman. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Palermo. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them, don't tell me, they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cordofia again, its economy has changed.
Really?
And it seems that Ambassador Palermo has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cordofia.
Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item he said is a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, if you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. Mr. Edward, please let me have this, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's not here? She's still not here.
Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you.
Uncle says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring.
Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here.
It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss. Watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We flushed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhengfa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you. So I just want to say, thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to the trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I always done things my own way, and that's not about to change. You got that?
Huh, I see. Well, I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
Yeah, and if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance in the gallery. From the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I've been better hold on to ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll have to throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Oh, and are they gonna be the ones throwing confetti at the end of the court trial? Just like in the Phoenix Wright case? Oh, that's funny.
Hope you got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins.
Oh shit, it's auto-scrolling.
The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu is the story of those who choose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Oh my god. Prosecutors are those who seek the guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced onto me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that the way all prosecutors are. And that is because... Who the fuck's the defense? You better not be Phoenix Wright, I swear to God. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one, and today more than any other day I feel a flight within me rising.
Objection!
There we go. Oh my god. Oh, yep. That's during the second case?
I merely in Mr. Edgeworth's death the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, and so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise and the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go U jumbo jets. Just think, someday you will be able to take ride in my pink walled yellow-seated jet.
Oh god.
Oh, that's freaky. Oh no, I had to do his voice.
Edgeworth, the rudeness of a rude man. Because of him, my time and money is wasted. But more importantly here, I've received a most fantastic treasure recently. The Primodax statue of the Principality of Cordovia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Paleno was most generous.
It's the fake. I was given the fake one.
Yeah, he's been getting all sorts of fake treasures.
We finally caught Agent Hicks's killer and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels so good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them.
And did you accept?
However, the Kotovian courts await. Kotovia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigors there.
This laboratory has been fine as of today, sir. I thought it was safe since we found the iron drop. But I noticed that I dropped my police badge too. I guess I really broke the camel's back without. I couldn't find my badge. I couldn't find my badge. I never suddenly turned into into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the corners and file a complaint with the Ruffles man.
Poor Meekins. Oh, in the sky?
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I gotta get it going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him, scientifically. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon. But that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped is this cage of love. The guard down at the detention center, when he was on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lord. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
Oh, the judge?
It appears there are all sorts of drama that take place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges here are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective.
Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Oh, okay, Maggie Bird.
Phew, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, we were lucky to have Mr. Edgewood help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm going to pick up myself and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun.
Oh, Ambassador Peleno. Or Teddy. Yeah, oh yeah, no, he's still an ambassador. Why not come to Cordovia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Oh my god. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. We had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. Oh, they try to replicate the fire. It will be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to in this case help in creating our latest attraction. Oh, is that the part-time job he was asking about? Oh, let's see. Oh, that's funny. Oh, this motherfucker. I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. It's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hot dogs, for sure. Blue hot dogs and a blue dung. A bun. Dung. I guarantee you it's your turn. Okay. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot of her at all really, but I noticed I haven't really seen a guy in a blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him eat one of my dogs. Oh, Phoenix Wright, yeah. Actually, this is probably taking place like during the Apollo Justice case. After he lost his badge. His right to work as a defense attorney. Oh man. It's gonna yeah.
I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatagarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed the elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Langzu says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
Oh man, and Wendy old bag.
I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Edgiboo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak first, take off your headpiece. What does he mean by that as a statement? It's not like I enjoy being under the headpiece of every time I see them. I've been an alien as a creepy, non-sipping animal. Elements of the big mirrors are the greatest universe. Whatever the young men are useful, and you need to terrible idea. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Office, Room 1202.
Woo! I feel so much better now that the trial is over. And as always, your legal prowess was top notch, sir.
Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alva's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom.
Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court.
Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they began a large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang.
So what are your plans now, Kay?
Huh? Oh well, we've taken care of that creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant.
Are you trying to steal my job, Al?
Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, dummy.
Ugh, what a relief.
Kay,
Yes?
even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course! I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu, so I'm going to hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
A 3-person team?
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth? The only things I'll ever steal are truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Let's both strive for such a future.
Well, I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see.
Hey, keep your chin up high. Keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door.
It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. Lock on my window at home has been broken before ever.
Oh, and one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture of just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one.
No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth.
Of course not, detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here!
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir!
Ah, hey! Detective Gumshoe! Stop that! I can't be seen doing that!
Okay, I'm taking it now. Say cheese!
What's the photo?
And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed.
And there's the photo. Alright. Oh boy, we've been going at it for a while. But that marks the end of Ace Attorney Investigations 1. So, yeah. We still have the second Ace Attorney Investigations game to go that is within the collection's remastered edition, so, yeah. Still have that to look forward to. But for now, farewell for now.